Hello, everybody. Welcome to JR here. Welcome to the continuation of our Life is Strange franchise tier list here. We got in our last episode we finished well after finishing uh, double exposure and going over that, we started the Life is Strange comic book series, which uh, which is later called which is later referred to as Partners in Time, because it is the continuation of the Bay over Bay uh, ending. So the Chloe lives ending of the original Life is Strange, which is where the comic is starting off at, and it is picking up a year after the events of the original game. So Chloe and Max were still dealing with the fallout of Arcadia Bay being destroyed, and obviously a bunch of friends, and in Chloe's case, family being killed. Well, technically for Chloe, the only family that got killed was Joyce. So, and by extension, for Max, technically Warren, because Warren's the only other character that is guaranteed to be in the diner during the storm. Because there's other people that would be in the diner during the storm, like Frank and his dog, but all that is determined by you, the player, and the decisions and stuff that you've made leading up to that. So in any case, so following on from that, then we got uh, introduced to reintroduced to Max, and catching up a little bit on what they've been up to within the past year, and the introduction of some new supporting characters for Max and Chloe. Uh, the indie band, the High Seas, um, which, as far as this first little story is concerned, don't really do an extreme amount of stuff. Like they don't, like they're there and they're playing like the supporting like friends role of trying to help Max and Chloe with their dealing with their like grief and stuff that they still haven't fully uh, gotten able to deal with. So So aside from that, they really don't do much, but we will see them a lot more and have more interaction with them uh, as the story as the new part of the story goes on, which um, is where we ended in the story. Max was experiencing some flickers. Well, what they would come to call them flickers, where Max would involuntarily um, see little pieces of different timelines. So, for instance, there was like for instance, seeing Dana and actually Dana having the baby that she decided to abort in the original game. So in this reality, she actually had the baby. Um, we don't actually see the baby, but we do see that she's walking around with a stroller. So it's like assumed that she had the baby. I don't believe Max brings it up to Dana when she's talking to her. So because she's more concerned about what the fuck is she seeing type of thing. So she's a little distracted. But as far as the reader and stuff is concerned, if you played the original game, then you would you know be able to figure that part out. And then there was the big one when while they were at Blackwell, uh, they saw Max and Chloe because Chloe found out that she could also see what Max is seeing for the most part if she's like if she's in physical contact with Max, she can see pretty much what she's seeing. And for this particular flashback, well, not flashback, but for this particular jump into another timeline, in this timeline, Rachel is still alive and is still going to school, is still in at Blackwell going to school, but with uh Max, which it's assumed with Max, but it's kind of up in the air if Chloe is still a student or she still got expelled from Blackwell regardless. But in any case, the important thing was that Rachel was still alive, and you have a nice little brief uh, interaction where all three of them talk to each other. So that was a really nice bit of fan service because Emma and Claudia, the writer and the artist for the comic books, they do a very good job of putting in fun little fan service moments. So they do a good job on that. Because it's not something that's so overly distracting fan service that it's like kind of like you're gonna roll your eyes at it, but it's pretty good enough. Also, um, to try to help um, figure out what's going on with Max, Chloe and Max eventually decide together to go to Arcadia Bay, which is in the process of being rebuilt, like slowly but steadily being rebuilt, um, and see if maybe being in the place where it all started with Max gaining her powers and everything would probably like get some sort of reaction or like connection or figure something out on what's happening. Uh, which does have a stronger reaction because she sees these flickers like a lot while they're in Arcadia Bay, while they're walking around and revisiting some of the classic locations from the original game, like the diner, like Blackwell, not the inside of Blackwell, but the courtyard of Blackwell, and the Chloe's house. So, which these areas are still uh, in the process of being rebuilt. Blackwell, not so much, because I believe they said that Blackwell didn't suffer too much damage because it was mostly out of the way of the storm itself, which pretty much makes sense because if you pay attention to like the environment and the backgrounds and stuff in the original game, Blackwell is pretty much like at this like big like hilltop. So Blackwell is kind of like at the top and it's kind of like overlooking the rest of the town kind of. So that kind of makes sense that it's like okay, that would escape most of the major damage. So that's fine. Um and excuse me, somebody outside in the car is blasting their fucking music. Oh good, they turned it off. Okay. Anyway. Anyway, so see, over here losing my train of thought. But in any case, so ultimately they end up Max ends up also at Blackwell, seeing a flicker of Warren from another timeline, which this Warren explains that uh, presumably that this is a timeline where Max and Warren got together because he mentions that he's with Max. So he mentions that gives him kind of like gives Max kind of like the rundown of like the flickers and what they do and stuff because it seems like Max's other Maxes from other timelines are also kind of feeling the like residual effects of what's going on. So it's almost like the Maxes across the different timelines are like linked to each other in a way because Warren says that his Max, you know, was already experiencing what what OG Max is going through, but they already kind of like got ahead of her and has already figured out some stuff already. So so Warren pretty much tells original Max this. Also, a little tidbit is they Warren mentions that they shouldn't like really touch each other because the uh, the effects of the of Max experiencing the flickers um, will hurt not only her but also like anyone who touches her, which we do see evidence of before leading up to this point, because eventually, as Chloe was like trying to see the different flickers that Max was experiencing, she would uh, Chloe would be experiencing extreme pain. So it seems like since she was connected to Max, all the pain and stuff would be directed at whoever Max is touching. So it kind of like passes through Max and just goes to whoever um, is touching her at the time. So, uh, which is also funny because Double Exposure would kind of use a similar thing with the whole if you like touch your other self from well, in Double Exposure's case it was like your past self, you would pretty much like combine in on each other and pretty much like be erased from existence pretty much. That doesn't happen here. It's just it's just extreme pain as far as like here in the comics go. So Double Exposure would take that basic idea and do something different with it. Um, and so Max kind of figures out that the reason why she's experiencing like all this the pain and stuff of these flickers, the more and more stronger they become, because the stronger they become the longer she is in excuse me, in these different timelines. So she ends up being like, maybe to get this stuff to stop, I need to go uh, to a different timeline. And specifically for her, she kind of feels that there's almost like a timeline, like a specific timeline that's kind of pulling her into it, and the pain and stuff of the flickers, the effect of the flickers is being caused by the fact that Max is resisting the pull. So since she's resisting it, this is the after effects that she's feeling. So she's pretty much like, okay, since I'm feeling this, since I might as well pretty much kind of let myself go into that other timeline to stop these flickers from happening and stuff, and obviously to like in a way kind of save Chloe from having to deal with like the pain and stuff, because uh, of technically her leaving, because she would, well, being forced to leave, because in this situation, she's still ultimately kind of being forced to leave, but she's willingly going, as opposed to with the flickers and the pain and everything, violently being taken and probably dying because she's already like experiencing like the big nosebleeds, the headaches again, passing out and everything. So it's reasonable to assume that if she kept resisting, it would most likely kill her in the end. But yeah. Oh, hold on a minute. I gotta be right back. Okay. So, so ultimately, Chloe obviously very tearfully, like, um, like accepts the fact that Max has to leave. Um, so they share like a final like moment together as Max like fades away, and meanwhile Chloe can uh, gets a little comfort with the fact that the high seas have come to Arcadia Bay to support to help support Max and Chloe. Even though the high seas have nothing nothing to do with like Max's powers, because Max has not told anyone about her powers. So still the only one that knows about Max's powers is just Chloe, and that's it. So yeah. So in any case, after Chloe gets, Max disappears, Chloe is sad, and she gets a text message from the High Seas saying that they're there. Um, and then she gets a little bit of a smile because of the text message. So, um, and then we get back to Max herself, who's inside this. They come up with a name. They give it a name much later, but it doesn't have a name now. But I'll call it by its name once we get to the point where it actually has a name. But she's in this nexus of like timelines where she can see different timeline like little glimpses into different timelines. She could see little pieces of time of different timelines, and she's trying to figure out like which one to jump into, but she feels a pull from a specific timeline. So with that, she decides to just uh, let go and let this timeline that's pulling her take her into it. And it turns out that this timeline what is a timeline where Rachel and Chloe are still together, Rachel is still alive, and Chloe and Rachel have successfully left Arcadia Bay. And we know they successfully left because the note at the location note at the end says they are all on a beach. They're all on Santa Monica Beach in LA. So there you go. Also, uh, this isn't a like a reverse like timeline thing or a past thing because these flickers and this hold on a minute. Fucking people playing fucking music outside again. God, these fucking cars and these people fucking blasting music out there and then fucking sitting in front of the damn building fucking with their music blasting interrupted my video here. In any case, hey. Uh so yeah, as I was saying, the flickers and Max jumping into this new timeline, this Rachel and Chloe timeline, is all happening in real time. So there's no there's no reversing time or anything like that. Is Max is experiencing these events and the this stuff in real time. So hold on. Ah, God, these people wanna do all this shit now. Anyway, so there you go. And this is so this new timeline that Max is currently stuck in, because as far as Max is concerned, the reason why she had this tearful um, this tearful uh, goodbye with Chloe and everything is because they both understood that Max doing this potentially, as far as they know, is a one-way trip. So Max going into this new whichever timeline she was gonna go into, there was no way of knowing that there would even be a way to come back anyway. So they were pretty much uh, gripping with the fact that this may be like the like a permanent goodbye, which kind of it was, but technically Max did go into another timeline that has another Chloe in it, but it's not the same one. So as we will see, there are some differences, obviously, because this is a Chloe that you could already assume is never reunited with Max because um, since Rachel's alive and they left Arcadia Bay, then obviously they left before Max even came back to Arcadia Bay for Blackwell and all that stuff. So all those experiences didn't happen. So Chloe has been without Max for a long time because the events of Before the Storm, I believe, were like 2009, 2010 or so. And then the events of the original Life is Strange was like 2013. So Max has not seen like uh Chloe has not seen Max for a very long time, even longer of a time. So there's that. so um so with that, we will be picking up with the second. Uh, we also placed the first book in A tier, right here. So that's pretty much where the first story arc rank. The first part of the bigger story that the comics became was. So where are they gonna go next, and where is it gonna rank? We will see. Hold on, let me. Oh, yep, that's good enough. Ooh, excuse me. So we pick up in was it book two, which was called Waves, and we begin. Where is it? So right off the bat, when we begin, we're in Santa Monica, still. So Max is still in Santa Monica. We have had a time jump because the first book took place in 2014. So now we jumped ahead 2 years because now we're in 2016. So Max has been in this timeline for 2 years at the very least. So in any event, she's at this cafe, chilling here at this cafe. Uh, she's on the computer doing something. I appreciate the little visual here of, because they never mention it, but it's like a visual thing that Max did get a tattoo on her wrist, and obviously it's a blue butterfly. So I wonder who that's supposed to reference. Um, and also, you can't see it. You probably can't see it here because it's not zoomed in. But she is wearing a dream catcher as a necklace, which yet again is more of a visual thing, and is not something that they talk about because they don't address like this stuff within like the dialogue and stuff. It's more for the reader to visually see and like speculate and speculate about. Um, like for instance, the Dreamcatcher, obviously referencing the whole Max going into different timeline things is almost kind of like a dream and going into different like realities, because when you dream, it's like your own little dream world, and you could be like in anything pretty much. So it's kind of like that. And something that you also probably can't see because it's not big enough is that the Dreamcatcher has three feathers hanging off it. Aside from the feathers being blue, which is a visual obvious reference to Chloe because of the blue hair, but also because the main feather of Rachel's earring that she wears on her one ear is a blue feather. And it also matches the visual motif of three of characters wearing three things, like wearing something that has three things on it. Like because for Chloe, it's the necklace she wears that has the three bullets. With Rachel, the feather earring that she wears is also three feathers. It's the main blue feather in the middle, the little white feather in front of the blue feather, and then there's a third feather which a lot of people don't remember, and even the little plushie I have here, because her feather earring is on this side. Uh, Even the feather earring on the plushie doesn't have the feather behind the blue one. So even though there's technically supposed to be three feathers, even the plushie forgot the third one and only has two of them on it. Because there's a shorter red feather behind the blue one. So to keep with that theme, Max has she doesn't wear it all the time. Wears the Dreamcatcher all the time, but to keep with that theme, the Dreamcatcher has the three feathers on it. So you still keep the three motif that the other two main girls uh, in the franchise have. Um, so she's listening on the news. Uh, with this, what is she writing? Oh, okay. She's doing some photography work, so she's keeping that up. Um, Also, she sees this kid here, and what was it? Chloe comes in to check on Max. Um, Obviously they mention Rachel because they're just casually talking here. And meanwhile, we're seeing this kid obviously in the various panels, just in the background, like there. Uh, and then she gets the slight thing of deja vu because of the similar thing that happened in the first book in the original timeline, and also uh, the kid just casually picking up the tip jar and just leaving, which apparently nobody notices. So there's that. Um, and then we cut to Max and Chloe going back home because we learn that over the past 2 years that Max has been in this timeline, she has been roommating with with Chloe and Rachel, because obviously Chloe and Rachel live together. So Max has kind of moved in with them pretty much and stays with them. And meanwhile, a little insight into what Rachel does is she does little I guess well, for the instances of this scene, makeup videos. So she's still trying to figure out like what she's gonna do. So she hasn't really found a job. She's still trying to do the whole acting thing, because remember she wanted to go to uh, go to LA to kind of become like try to be an actress and stuff. Actress, model, type of thing. So she's still trying to get that off the ground. Obviously, it ain't easy. Um, but Lord knows this is not easy. What I'm doing here. Um, but in any case, um, we also get this dark joke of how frustrated Rachel is having with the whole with trying to make her video and stuff and trying to make some name for herself, uh, about shooting herself, which Chloe takes as, just her being overly dramatic and stuff. But Max clearly takes as a different way, where Max is more serious and is like, please don't joke about that. Which, from Max's perspective, makes sense because it's like where she comes from, Rachel's dead, so, and also the fact that her and Chloe find her body, like dig up her body, so yeah, that's for her. That's not that doesn't come off as a joke for Max. But in any case, they brief them on, asking how everyone's day's going and everything. Chloe here, meanwhile, works. I believe aside from the little work that Max does, Chloe is the only one that actually has a like job. What Max does, the job Max has, I believe, is more like a freelance thing. So she doesn't really have a like concrete job. Chloe actually does. Like she's in a she works as a mechanic in like a garage. So she actually has like a full job, like a salary job. So yeah. Um so we so yeah, we just go through that. They make funny little jokes about uh while referencing, you know, uh referencing, Max living with them and keeping Max around. Well, in reference here because of her food tips, but Chloe, as a matter of fact, is like like yeah, the real reason we keep you around is because you help pay the rent. So so funny little realistic joke on there. Uh, and then Max obviously following up with the "I hate you guys" line. But yeah, pretty um really establishing the uh the fact that she like how well she has gotten to know this version of Chloe and Rachel, like actually getting to know Rachel in any way, because by the time Max is around, Rachel is already dead. So it's not like they actually met in any at any point. So having this dynamic here is definitely really really good. Um, and yet again is built entirely on fan service, except the good type of fan service, because they are going to address some stuff later, but we have to establish like what their current relationship is and how that goes now. Uh, and obviously Max thinking out loud about uh, original Chloe, about OG Chloe, and kind of musing on what she's like, kind of what the other like what she might be doing, like what are you doing now, Chloe, and like stuff like that. Uh, what is it? Also her talking. She also talks about her conflicted feelings about being here with well, she says like with you, like technically I am with you, but it's not uh it's not you, the one that I, that we, the experiences and stuff that we went through. Like yes, it is you that I'm with right now, but it's not uh like my like my Chloe, like the Chloe that we uh that Max established a well, in this where the comic is going from a full-blown relationship with. So 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 you know, very conflicted feelings. Plus, it's it's almost like because she's living like for instance, it's almost like say Chloe and Max broke up for whatever reason, right? It's like okay, Max and Chloe were living together, right? But they broke up, but no one is in the financial situation for either one of them to like move out, right? But Chloe ends up like moving on a little faster and ends up getting a new girlfriend, in this case Rachel, and that new girlfriend ends up coming to live with Chloe, and all of them have to live together. So it's like, you know, it's like having to constantly see your ex in a relationship with somebody else because you all live together. So you're pretty much like seeing that almost 24/7 all the time. So that's almost the type of feeling that Max is having, even though she's smart enough to understand that it's like this isn't my Chloe. This isn't the Chloe that I was in a relationship with. So I shouldn't need to feel this type of way because this Chloe and me never had anything to that level. So you know, it's hard to for her to deal with, and the fact that she's been silently dealing with this for 2 years. And I say silently because yeah, she's talking to herself about it, but she can't talk to anyone about it because it's like you would have to explain your powers. Are they even going to believe you about your powers and things like that? So it's like, where would she begin to try to talk to someone about what she's feeling here anyway? It's one of those things where it's like, who's going to possibly be able to understand any of what she would say? So, there's that. So she pretty much has that monologue, and then I guess as her as her routine that she does, you know, going to the cafe again, the same cafe that she was in uh, the previous day, and uh, here's this kid again who's sitting in front of the cafe here, which yet again nobody seems to notice him. Um, the only one that seems to notice him is uh, Max. Because Max does look directly at him in his direction, but anyone else that's like around him doesn't seem to notice him. So that is odd. Um, so in any case, she finishes what she's doing at the cafe, and then she heads on over to meet Chloe at Chloe's job, and Chloe's on break right now. Also, at a little hint at Emma planting seeds of plot elements that are gonna come into play later. Chloe here is singing a High Seas song, because earlier when Max and Chloe are attending a High Seas performance in the first book, the song that Chloe is singing is the song that they are performing um, in um, in the first book, and that was in the original timeline. So Max obviously knows, you know, what that song is and stuff like that, because presumably Chloe and Max were around when they were like coming up with the song, like writing the song and like probably practicing it and stuff like that in preparation for actually performing it in front of like an audience, a full audience of people. So she would know fully the song. The difference is here, even though Chloe's singing the song, when Max here blatantly says that the High Seas song, um, Chloe is immediately like, the who? Like Chloe is for some reason, see, for some reason she is singing a song of a band that she doesn't know of and never heard any of their music or anything. So it's a little thing of like, is there it's planting the seed of, is there some connection between both Chloes? So that's a funny thing that they are that will get addressed later. But it's funny how how they plant like little seeds early on, and then they just leave them there, and then they wait a while to come back to address them. So it's like, you think this was just like a little one-off thing, and then it's like, oh no, it comes back around. Um, um, and then we get a little rehash of and a little bit of referencing the original game, because you technically have to in this situation, because as I said before, this Chloe um never reunited with Max from the original game. So in this scene they're getting out of the way the I'm sorry, like I moved away at the wrong time type of conversation that they had in the first in the original game. So they're doing it here with this Chloe, and they're just getting it out of the way now, because it's something that you're gonna have to address, whether you did it, but whether we've done it before or not in the game, you have to address it, because it's something that this Chloe hasn't gone through. It's a significant development that the character development for Chloe that you kind of have to retrend just to progress Max and Chloe's relationship. As far as this relationship with original Max and this and this other version of Chloe. So it's kind of like you're speed running a little bit of Chloe's development that she had in the game. You're kind of speed running through it, so that way we can get into all the completely new things that we're gonna have to do. So so at least we're getting it out of the way, and we're like addressing these retreaded stuff like right out the gate. So it's like we get it, it's done. Now we can move on to the new stuff. And then she shows she takes Max to her to the garage and shows her this metal sculpture that she's crafting for a client because because as a hobby, Chloe has been making like little metal sculptures. So and presumably either she was posting them or somebody posted. Maybe she was putting them up on display. Does she mention it? Um. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so she does mention it here that she gave one to Paul, which Paul is the owner of the garage. He's the owner of the business, and somebody saw it and liked it and wanted to find out who made it, so that way they could commission uh, a, their own art piece for Chloe to make. So Chloe's really excited about that. That she's getting some sort of recognition, and somebody is actually gonna pay her for her work, which is really good. Plus, it also makes Chloe. It also makes this version of Chloe a like more of a having an artistic side like everyone else, because for the most part Chloe didn't really have much of a big like artistic side that she really showed. The only thing she really did was like graffiti things with like marker or whatnot, but she didn't really have like a professional artistic like aspiration really. Like how Max has her photography and Rachel had her like acting thing, like her theater and acting work. So giving Chloe this is like okay, good. Now she could fully like join the artistic club with everyone else. So that's a nice little addition to give. Plus, it's also a good way to help this Chloe differentiate herself from the original Chloe. So giving them more like differences is definitely helps keep them distinct from one another. Um, so she also mentions that she hasn't told Rachel yet because she wants to surprise Rachel about it. So Max is the first person that Chloe has told about this. So that's nice. Um, so now, ironically, in a parallel thing, when they get back home and Rachel finally gets back, um, uh, Rachel also has uh, a news for Chloe to surprise her with, and with Rachel is she is doing the acting thing again, and she actually got a acting part in a play. Excuse me. And ironically, it's a Shakespeare play, which for those who have played Before the Storm, the play in Before the Storm that Rachel stars in is The Tempest, which is another Shakespeare play. This one, I don't believe they mention it here, but this is a different Shakespeare play. So it's not The Tempest. It's also not Romeo and Juliet. Um, so I think they say it later. Um, but this is also going to uh, have a problem. Well, a little bit of an issue between Rachel and Chloe, because that would mean Rachel would have to leave to do the tour for the play, which he says is gonna last 6 months. So so uh, Chloe is gonna be a little because she doesn't want to she's kind of a little kind of like a little puppy dog. Like she doesn't want uh Rachel to be like to leave. Like she doesn't want to be without Rachel for 6 months. So that's kind of adorable. Um uh in any case, uh Chloe also quickly realizes that she's kind of acting selfish, because she should be happy for Rachel, and because obviously, yet again, Rachel kind of feel also from Rachel's perspective, Rachel kind of feels left out because she's the only one, as I said, without a real job of any kind. Like Max has her photography thing, Chloe has her steady job at the garage and stuff, being a mechanic. So yeah, which is also in and of itself a fun little callback to Before the Storm, because Chloe was the one that fixed up the beat up pickup truck to get it to work and all that stuff, because she did that on her own. So a fun little visual callback to to Chloe's like hidden mechanical uh like expertise, kind of, that she showed hints at when she was younger, as far as Before the Storm goes, when she was younger. So fun thing using that, and actually having Chloe kind of use it like as a career path type of thing. Um, so obviously Max over here reading the room is like, okay, obviously Chloe and Rachel need some privacy to hash out the issues. To talk through the whole Rachel going on tour for 6 months type of deal. So Max sees herself out. Here's a nice little visual thing that that I like that Claudia did here, where if you see Max's face when she's leaving, she's leaving pretty like sad and whatnot, because it's a visual sign of Max being jealous, because seeing Chloe in a relationship with somebody else is obviously very hard on Max, but at the same time, it's also frustrating for her, because she's like, I should not, yet again, she shouldn't feel this way, because she knows that this isn't the same Chloe. But yet again, it's like, her brain knows it, but, the rest of her is just like, her emotions are just not in line with her brain at the moment. So nice little visual cue that you can see, and she doesn't have to like spell it out to the audience or narrate it or anything like that. So she ends up going to going to the beach, uh, which I believe is also where the cafe is. Yeah, it's where the cafe she's going to, and she notices this kid again, and this time the kid actually picks up on the fact that Max is looking at him, and then obviously you see the guy with the surfboard crosses between them, and then now the kid is gone, and Max is like, "What was that?" And obviously, as you can see here, she thinks that he may be a flicker, that maybe it's happening all over again, type of thing. But as we will see, uh, he's right here around the corner. But if you notice, here's this corner he's in front of. He's not there. And then in a blink of an eye, he's there again. And if you notice, I think they zoom in on it. Do they zoom in on do they zoom in on it on a panel or no? Oh no, they don't. I thought they did, but um well, am I able to zoom it? Was I able to zoom in on it on the panel? Uh, but it's hard to see. Well, uh, but if you look at his face, his nose, he has a little bit of a nosebleed going on, which, if you play double exposure would use this same thing, because the comics here introduced I believe introduced this thing of the nosebleed being a sign that someone has powers. So just like at the end of double exposure, with the whole a diamond having a nosebleed type of thing, it's supposed to be a hint of someone having powers. So pretty much this kid having a power, excuse me, what that power is, we will find out later. But if you've been keeping up with what I've been explaining and what I've been saying, you could pretty much figure out what his power is if you've been paying attention. But we'll get to it We'll get to a full explanation later. So Chloe is continuing her sculpture. I believe Chloe is still singing the High Seas song that she's not supposed to know. Um, Rachel is getting her teeth cleaned to get ready for her performance. One of her I believe like her fashion influencer friends. Um, I believe she invites them to that she's gonna go to her that she's gonna go to a party that her friend here is hosting. Um, so we do that, and then oh, we also find out that she went to this dentist appointment with Max. So Max and Rachel having some one-on-one time, which is also something that I appreciate that Emma also did. Is you're not just getting scenes with Max, Chloe, and Rachel together. You're also getting individual scenes, obviously with Max and Chloe, that's a given, but specifically with Max and Rachel together. Like them having their own separate interactions together and moments. Certain moments in particular that did that definitely hit a lot of some emotional beats later. So wow, even remembering it is giving me the teary eyed stuff already. But yeah, so so Max obviously doesn't want to go to the party, but Rachel even's telling her like, "Hey, I don't want to be there either, but we have to uh it's gonna be like a gathering of people, so it may, you never know who you can meet. You might meet some really big shot people, and then it might uh might lead to maybe getting a like a job opportunity or something." Which in Max's case is like, hey, maybe you'll find a client or something at the party, right? Uh, and then from here, Rachel and Max end up going shopping. Also, a funny little tidbit is, if you notice, Rachel was wearing the feathered earring earlier, and then now she's wearing it as a necklace because you see the feathered earring here now. So it's also kind of visually a fun little cute moment because Max's dream catcher with three feathers, and the fact that Rachel's earring also has three feathers, and she's wearing it as a necklace here is a nice little visual, like subtle little visual, like parallel that I like. I do, as I said, I like the understated uh, visual references and little like cues and stuff that Claudia throws in here but uh they don't extremely focus on it. Like it's not like you cut to another panel and the panel is all zoomed in on the on the dream catcher and the earring, and it's like, you get it, you get it. It's like, no, it's there in this panel, and if you see it, you see it. Like it's not like they're screaming at you to notice it, which is nice. I like the subtlety that they do. Also, even better look at the dream catcher that Max is wearing, since this panel is a little bit more zoomed in on her, so you can see uh, her dream catcher necklace a little better. Oh, this scene. This is if you could read it, this is uh, a really good scene that the first scene uh, between Rachel and Max that I really enjoy is Max admitting to Rachel here that the reason why Chloe is reacted uh, to you being gone for 6 months is because of Chloe's abandonment issues that she has from from obviously her dad William being killed in the car accident. Max, her closest friend Max, here, moving away shortly after that, uh, and to a certain extent, uh, and to a certain extent, you could make the argument of Chloe's mother too, because Chloe's mother, uh, Joyce, even though Joyce, like obviously Joyce and Chloe lived together, but there was still a sense of abandonment that Chloe was still feeling because Joyce was giving a majority of her attention, she was giving to David. So even though Joyce is physically there, there is a sense of abandonment that she can feel in that sense too. And yet again, Max putting a lot of blame and a lot of pressure and expectations onto herself. She says here that she that Max blames herself for Chloe having that uh, that sense of abandonment issues because she's saying that that's on me, like I that's something that I caused, which she can, which isn't entirely true. Like I can't say that Max is 100% not to blame about that, because since she left uh so soon after after William died, whether you're gonna use the whether you're just using the original game, which didn't specify exactly when Max left after William's death, or you use the farewell DLC of Before the Storm, where in that DLC Max literally leaves and moves right after the funeral. So so either way, both is bad. Obviously, one is worse than the other, but you can you can see how maybe Chloe was already feeling abandonment because of William's shocking and untimely death, but you could make the argument that Max leaving um, so soon after, all it did was reinforce those feelings that Chloe was probably feeling already. So I can see where Max is coming from, but it's not 100% because of her. But I can say she indirectly reinforced those feelings. She made those feelings worse, yes, but obviously that was never uh Max never meant for that to be that way. But sadly that's how it panned out. And I love that that she's stating this to Rachel here, which also gives a good idea of how close Rachel and Max have gotten within this 2 year time skip between both books here. So, and the good thing is that it also comes off very naturally in their conversation here. Um, and because it's brought up in relation to Rachel's Shakespeare tour that she's doing. So it's not like Max is just bringing this up like randomly. It's like, no, it's related to a conflict that's happening, and Max is giving an example and some reasoning as to why Max thinks Chloe is feeling and acting a certain way from Max's perspective, which is a really good explanation. Like I would 100% as far as the abandonment part of what Max is saying goes. Yeah, I would agree with Max on that one. Except for it entirely being Max's fault for it. Um, and it's also funny, in a funny parallel here too, with Rachel's response of telling Max pretty much stop beating yourself up so much. Like you emotionally abuse yourself so much. Um, which is ironic that Rachel is telling Max this, because in the original game it's also something that Chloe herself tells Max on several occasions too to stop emotionally abusing yourself, like to stop doing that. So it's ironic that Rachel is is mirroring what original Chloe says to Max on a couple of occasions. And then, sadly, Rachel is trying to also have a little bit of a heart to heart with Max here, pretty much telling her like you can talk to us about anything with us being Rachel and Chloe, but obviously she sees this kid again who is stealing a bunch of groceries, and she notices him, and she's completely distracted by what he's doing and is not even paying attention to what Rachel is saying. To the point where the kid is leaving, like just walking out the front door with nobody noticing him except Max. That Max uh, blatantly calls him out, which prompts him to run the hell out of the grocery store, and Max just runs after him. So he runs out of the store. If you like, notice the panels, nobody sees him, right? He's also yelling because you hear him shouting shit, shit, shit. But no one is reacting even to him saying anything. And then Rachel obviously doesn't even know what the hell is going on, like, cause she doesn't see this kid either. And then uh, did they? Did I skip that? In any case, I probably can't find the panels directly. Right? Oh, okay. He did. Oh, it's this upcoming scene. But he dropped a thing of groceries. He dropped like a candy or something. Some of the groceries that he was stealing, dropped on the floor, and the little kid like found one on the floor, which the little kid was referencing. This is what I mean. Like, if you notice, like this scene here. Look, Max is obviously looking at the kid, yelling at him, but with the panel here, you don't see the kid. And then when we cut to the next panel, he appears. He appears again when he bumps into this guy, and then immediately disappears again. And this guy doesn't really didn't really notice because the guy kind of disappeared so quickly. The kid disappeared so quickly, so he's kind of like a little confused. And now the kid is gone because she lost track of him once he bumped into this guy here. So now she has no idea where he went. And she's thinking that she's going crazy because nobody else but her sees him. So, oh, And then, right when she thinks she lost the kid, who ends up coming up behind her, but the kid himself. Because now the kid is talking to her, and now he wants to find out why she can see him. So, so that's a little tidbit here. So yeah, so now he's trying to find out what's happening. Max is proposing the idea that they may have some sort of connection somehow, um, as a way of her kind of explaining how she can see him, even though everyone else can't. Um, we don't get entirely a 100% concrete explanation as to why she can see him when everyone else can't, but I do have a theory. But we'll get to it later once he fully explains what his deal is. Um, oh, and we get a closer look of his nosebleed now because Max notices his nosebleed. Um, so as for right now, uh, he just wants her to leave him alone, right? So so there's that. Um, Obviously Rachel is asking what once they get back. She gets back to the house. She's like, "What the fuck is happening?" Uh, uh, like what happened? She's pretty much saying explaining that the kid was stealing and stuff. So Chloe's like, he's probably just some homeless kid, you know, and stuff. Uh, the fact that she can't, that she's all, Max is also frustrated because she can't entirely explain what's going on with her and the kid because it's related to her powers, and uh she hasn't told Rachel and Chloe anything about her powers in the 2 years that they've been living together. So Max has kept her powers completely uh, a secret from everybody. So and she's still wrestling with the fact that she doesn't want to tell them that part. Um, and then just frustratingly goes to her room and slams the door. So really fun, really a lot of conflicting emotions with Max. So they end up leaving to give her her space. Uh, so Rachel and Chloe go back to Chloe's job, so Chloe can continue working on her metal sculpture that she's making. Um, which the whole metal sculpture part too is also a nice. I'm pretty sure this is on purpose, but it's also a callback to Life is Strange 2, specifically episode 5 with the little community of, I guess, like homeless drifters or whatnot that Karen, Daniel, and Sean's mom was a part of, that little homeless community that David also joined at some point. Um, cause one of them, the what was it? The other lady that also lives there. Uh, her hobby was making like little sculptures out of the junk in the junkyard that they live next to, and which primarily was like metal, so she pretty much made like little metal sculptures. So it's kind of a fun little visual similarity here. Excuse me, with the fact that Chloe is also making um, like metal sculptures. So a fun uh, little callback to Life is Strange 2, which is pretty fun. Because I believe, let me see. Because now I'm curious, which came first? Ooh, whoops. Dang, I'm spelling everything wrong today. There we go. Where's... Okay, there's 2. And where's... There we go. So by the time... I don't know specifically what chapter we're in, so we're probably... Might be issue 7, maybe? And when did episode 5 come out? Oh, episode 5 came out in December. Oh, wow. An episode... And this is still book 2. Oh, so technically Chloe was first. Uh, okay, so technically, I guess Life is Strange 2 was an indirect reference to the comic books, I guess. So I guess it's a funny little coincidence that they uh, both had a character that made like metal sculptures of some kind. So that's a fun little indirect relation there. So that's fun. Um, Also, a subtle little thing of Chloe. Well, not subtle because she's saying this directly to Rachel here, but a little reference that Chloe uh, feels like Max is a completely different person. So funny how she has that feeling. Because Chloe is also wrestling with the fact that she doesn't know, she wants to help Max, but she has no idea how to do that. Which is obviously something she's explaining to Rachel in the hopes that Rachel would probably, give her an idea, give her something to work with. Um, oh, and the reveal of what she's calling this sculpture, and she's calling it the Storm, which is yet again uh, a weird like thing of like, are the two Chloes connected in some way? Because this Chloe is subconsciously making a metal sculpture of the storm, of the tornado that shows up in Arcadia Bay. But this Chloe obviously shouldn't know any of that because she never experienced any of that. None of those events happened for her. So her subconsciously knowing about things that she shouldn't know about is is well, is both creepy, but it's also interesting as like, why is that happening? Because she has no idea how she knows any of this stuff. Based on her conversation that she had with Max earlier with the High Seas song that she knows. So there's that. Um, uh, so in any case, Max is insanely frustrated here. It's also really sad that when she's doing these moments where she's talking to herself, she's technically talking to original Chloe. Like in her mind, that's who she's talking to. So it's kind of sad that she misses original Chloe that much that she's just taken it upon herself to try to treat original Chloe like she's her imaginary friend almost. Um, and then obviously, uh, uh, and then obviously, Chloe here, uh, comes into the room and she was Max was thinking about running away. She was like packing a bag and stuff, and Chloe pretty much like calling her out on like you were gonna run away. Like I know Chloe would know more than anyone like what that's like. So Chloe, you can't get past Chloe with that one. And then now they have a little heart to heart moment. Um, Pretty much, them trying to uh, uh, explain to Max like how much she wants to try to help her, but she doesn't know like how to. So, like telling Max her this herself is also a sweet little moment. Um, Trying to get Max to like talk, talk to us, uh, and pretty much saying to talk to us, but I'm not gonna force you to tell me everything now. Pretty much like she says here, when you're ready, you can come talk to us. So, nice little thing here. Uh, so we go. So now we cut to the cafe, and uh, Chloe is gonna meet who's commissioning metal sculpture. And who does that wind up being? It winds up being, if you're not able to read it, and I'm kind of zooming a little fast forward here, is the High Seas, specifically Tammy here, the leader of the High Seas. Specifically, she's the one that commissioned the uh, the metal sculpture from Chloe, which is a fun thing because it's a nice little way of bringing the High Seas the back into the story and making and also technically having Chloe meet them for the first time, and technically Max meeting them for the first time, even though she already knows them for the most part from the original timeline. But she has to pretend like she doesn't know them. But yeah, nice way of bringing them back into the story. Uh, even Max is kind of like shocked. Yet again, the world works in mysterious ways, right? And ironically, the owner of the cafe that Max, Rachel, and Chloe frequent over the past 2 years. Uh, Tammy is this guy's cousin, so another way of making the transition of them coming into the story a lot smoother and make more sense. So we get little introductions here. Uh, uh, Also, I like this. I also like this catch on for Chloe here, because Max is trying to pretend that she had no idea who the High Seas are, and Chloe was about to mention the fact that Max mentioned her back at the garage when Chloe was singing. So, so Max immediately cuts her off, and Chloe goes with it, but you could tell the look on her face that she's giving Max is like, okay, that was weird. Like, why did she do that? So that's a funny little moment there. Also, the fact that Max Chloe is trying to tell Max hey, what's going on there, and Max is just completely avoiding it now. Um, and then Max takes a minute to leave, to have a moment because yet again the world working in mysterious ways. Like, what are the odds that she'll meet the High Seas in this universe? So in this timeline. And while she's taking a moment outside, the kid shows up, and he does state that he was hoping that he would see Max here, because he even explains that he's been thinking about Max and what she said, and specifically still wanting to know how she's able to see him. So he still wants like an explanation on that. Uh, and this is chapter 3. Okay, so chapter So that was chapter 2. So that would be chapter 6, and that came out in June. So June and December. So about 5-ish months difference between the two. So yeah, it's a crazy coincidence with the metal uh with the metal sculpture thing. So yeah, so the kid is explaining his backstory and how he got his powers, and specifically what his powers are. Which, uh, to have a quick rundown, um, his friend was a um, I believe was trying to buy some drugs from a drug dealer, right? From the local drug dealer or whatnot. And he was with his friend. Um, the deal went went bad because in the middle of it, the police noticed them and the police siren and stuff, and the drug dealers got startled from the police siren. Uh, their his friend was gonna take the opportunity to snatch the drugs while the dealers were distracted with the cops coming, and the dealers ended up shooting his friend, and his and he ended up being obviously in shock about everything that was happening, and he uh, disappeared. Like he was still in the location. He was still right next to his friend in shock, like collapsed on the floor. But he was just gone. Like he just disappeared. So because he was pretty much like this the whole time. Um, but he was just gone. So pretty much, his powers is kind of like a form of invisibility. And more importantly, by the way, he formally introduces his name to Max. So I'll officially now be calling him by name is Tristan. So this kid's name is Tristan. So Tristan's power turns out to be a form of invisibility, but aside from being traditional like invisibility where you may be invisible, but if you like talk to people or you make sounds or whatnot, people could still hear that. His form of invisibility is more of a complete, like almost a complete, like completely invisible. Like people don't notice him at all. Like doesn't notice any movements he makes, any noise he makes, or whatnot. Like they're completely oblivious to anything he does. So so yeah. So my explanation on for me why Max and Tristan why Max is able to see Tristan is that two people that have powers don't um, it seems like that their powers don't necessarily entirely work on each other for the most part, like kind of. As far as Tristan's powers work, his powers don't entirely work on Max, since she also has powers. So it's almost like the fact that Max also has powers, she's able to just see him completely, regardless. But they do toy around with that later, but that's pretty much how I see it. It's also something that that double exposure also kind of did, because in the final chapter of double exposure, when Max is uh kind of uh getting Safi's pieces of herself out of the different people that she the major people that she shapeshifted into. um Max has a piece of Safi in her also, but it doesn't affect her like it did the other people, because the other people were like acting like Safi and pretty much like saying things that Safi like says and what Safi like feels and things like that. But Max didn't feel any of that. Even though she did have a piece of Safi in her, it just didn't affect her. So pretty much it's the same thing here, except obviously the comics did it before double exposure did, but it's still the same concept of two superpowered people being around each other and their powers not entirely uh, being really effective on on the other person, pretty much. Like even with Safi, like obviously her shape shifting powers does work on Max, but it seems like they only work at a certain point. Like the entire ability wasn't 100% because of Max having powers. So the same thing here with Tristan is his invisibility power doesn't entirely work on Max. So so that's a thing. Um, so pretty much and when he went invisible after the gunshot, his friend pretty much like bled out and died while he was invisible, sitting there watching the whole thing, but not being able to like interact with his friend or anything like that in any way. So his friend, as he says here, died believing that Tristan like abandoned him, that he left him to die like alone in an alleyway. So, but yeah, also a reference to um keeping with the theme of people, well, for the most part, in Life is Strange, at least up until this point, because obviously when True Colors came out uh, in the middle of this comic run, True Colors would prove that to be like not the case. But as far as what we knew about gaining of people gaining these superpowers, ironically, it involved some sort of gun violence because in the original game it was Chloe getting shot. In Life is Strange, in Life is Strange 2, it was Sean and Daniel's father getting shot. And now here, with Tristan, it's Tristan's friend getting shot. So, so yeah. Um, Also, a little tidbit forward too is Tristan here is also Asian character, and life is and obviously True Colors would come out later, and Max and not Max, Alex would be also a Asian character. So it's so it's kind of funny that the comics did introduced a Asian character into life, a more main Asian character, because I think one of the maybe one of the girls in the original Life is Strange was an Asian character, but uh but as far as main characters go, Tristan was the first Asian character. Um, because from this point on, Tristan is a main character. So, so he ain't just no side character. He's gonna play big roles to come. So, yeah. So Tristan explaining his backstory and his powers. Um, uh, Pretty much obviously how long it took for him to like control his powers and understand how his powers work and everything. Um, uh, he refers to his powers as like disengaging. Like he disengages with reality, which is how he refers to his invisibility. Um, and now he also refers to here the fact that his powers doesn't entirely work when Max is around. He even says here that to get his powers to work when Max is around, he has to put a lot of strain on himself to make his powers work. Which is why when we saw him under a lot of stress when he was desperately trying to get away from Max and trying to get Max not to see him, is when he was getting his nosebleeds. Is because he was trying extremely hard to make his powers work. And how and that's why his powers his nosebleeds happen, because we do know that his that the nosebleed is when you're exerting your powers too hard, because that happened with Max a lot when she within the context of the story, was pushing her powers hard. So the same thing with him and his invisibility against Max. With Max, I mean, is he's pushing it very hard to make it work. Um, so now pretty much Tristan is asking her like, okay, I explained my story. Now it's time for you to explain your story to me. Like, what do you got? Like, what powers do you have? Uh, and then here's a little visual thing of when here's the time that Max starts to explain to Tristan what he's like her story, and see, we could see it here. It's about 1,500 hours, right? When she starts talking to telling her story to Tristan, and then when we cut to the next scene, it's 17. It's over 1,700 hours. So it took more than 2 hours for Max to explain everything to Tristan, which I'm pretty sure she probably left out some. Obviously, she left out the more personal, probably left out more of the personal details between Chloe and Max, but still 2 hours is not enough time to fully explain the entire first game. so so yeah. Um, but yeah, Chloe and Rachel get back. Uh, Trying to get in, see what's going on with Max, right? Uh, because they're getting ready to go to the party, right? That Rachel mentioned earlier. Uh, so yeah, they're waiting for Max to come out. So Max finally comes out. Uh, uh, the she says we were listening to music, and then it's funny because immediately Rachel's face, and then Chloe actually says, "Who's we?" Because they're like, "Wait a minute, you have somebody over?" And then Tristan comes out. I believe this is when they actually formally. Well, this is when Max formally says Tristan's name. Because we learned Tristan's name through the flashback that he was explaining. So that's how the audience, that's how the reader finds out his name. And this is the first time I think Max says his name. But yeah, he formally introduces him to Chloe and Rachel. Uh, Chloe's instantly wants to be like, wait, it's the kid that stole shit. Okay. uh, Rachel cleverly is like cover her mouth and be like, hey, it's nice to meet you. Because it's pretty much being like, Chloe, don't cause a scene right now. And then we have the awkward silence. And then Tristan just takes the hint and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna see myself out. I'm gonna take my leave now. Uh, and then I like the comment of Tristan pretty much being like, I'm not gonna pretend I fully understand everything you told me. and pretty much like, hey, you know where to find me. And then Tristan, the last thing he says before he leaves, where before he leaves, it was like, you ever consider that we're both just crazy? I believe Max just says, yeah, kinda. And then everyone just awkward silence. Still, after Tristan leaves. And then, uh... and then Max just casually just being like, okay, now I'm just gonna talk about the party that we're going to. And it's funny how both Rachel and Chloe are just like, girl, you can't just pretend that that did not just happen. So yeah, pretty much explaining with Tristan and stuff and what's going on. Uh, uh, pretty much saying that they needed each other's help, pretty much. uh, and then Chloe being mad because, you know, like, pretty much Chloe being mad because, uh, like, it's easy for you to talk to Tristan, who's pretty much a stranger, but you can't talk to me about the problem you're having, even though I'm supposed to be like your best friend and stuff, right? So understandable why Chloe would be mad. But yeah, so Chloe storms off into their room, into Rachel and Chloe's room. Uh, Rachel pretty much does Chloe, what does Rachel say here? Uh, Pretty much reinforcing like, you know why Chloe is acting this way. Like it's very obvious. I don't need to tell you that. And pretty much Max pretty much telling Rachel that there's something that I can't tell you guys this certain things, and that's what makes it hard and frustrating. And pretty much Rachel pretty much giving a hint on, you know, what ending of Before the Storm that this game is that this game that the comic here is following up on, because she blatantly says it here that that her dad had a secret that destroyed her their family. And it says that sometimes she wishes she never knew and just lived in happy ignorance, pretty much. And that sometimes friendship can be thicker than blood. Like you know, family. Like sometimes you could be a lot closer with your friends than you are with members of your own family. I could definitely relate to that sentiment from Rachel, because there's a lot of friends of mine that there are several friends of mine that I am way closer with and consider them more family than actual real blood family members that I actually have. So so I could definitely relate to to Rachel's sentiment there. So, uh, and then where do we go from here? Um, and pretty much, also telling her that she needs to that Max needs to confront, settle the issue with Chloe and whatnot, uh, because preferably before Rachel uh, leaves for her for the play for the tour for the play tour. So, um, and then now we go to the party and some nice outfits for all of them for this party. Actually, like pretty snazzy. Also, I didn't mention before when at the end of the first book, but when Rachel and Chloe were on the beach in their swimsuits and whatnot playing with the beach ball, it is nice that Claudia didn't forget that Rachel had a dragon tattoo on her leg here. So it's nice that anytime Rachel is showing her legs, that they do that Claudia does remember that Rachel needs to have a dragon tattoo on her leg. So that's a nice keeping with the continuity there. So now they're at the party. They're just, you know, uh, having some fun. Uh, her friend talking about if they need any special entertainment that they could go get it like over here. And funny, naive Max here doesn't understand the innuendo of special entertainment, but Chloe and Rachel do, because immediately as soon as she's like Max is questioning like special entertainment, immediately Chloe and Rachel are like drugs. They mean drugs. And then Max embarrassingly is like, oh yeah, I knew that. And Rachel and Chloe are pretty much like, yeah, we're not gonna don't touch any of that shit. We're not touching any of that. Which makes sense because Chloe was never into the only drug Chloe was into was just weed. Like she was just a pot smoker. Like that's pretty much it. And Rachel, from what we've seen and what we know, no version of Rachel we've seen or know was willingly into drugs. Like, even in the original game, with what we know about Rachel's relationship with Frank, there's no real evidence that Rachel was using any of the drugs that Frank was selling. Uh, in actuality, if we take into account the letter that Rachel writes to Frank, it's more it's more likely to assume that obviously Frank was probably getting, for the most part, getting high on your own supply type of thing. because she does mention of that Frank was uh, acting weird and more aggressive, and in a way that Rachel didn't like when during an incident that she talks about in the letter to Frank about certain drugs that he was on and how it changed him and stuff, and how she didn't like it. So pretty much keeping in character with these two of them not really being like druggy people like that. So that's nice. Also, uh, so while they're at the party, it's funny that Max kind of invited Tristan to the party too. And it's funny that Tristan went all the way over there to try to get to try to do the party, but ends up chickening out at the last minute when he's right in front of the building and is like, on second thought, yeah, I'm not gonna do it. And then as soon as he gets hungry, he starts reconsidering of like, you know what, maybe if they have food, I could get something to eat at least. So that's funny. But he sees this bag on the ground, and it turns out to be some food in it, and he ends up taking it. But inside the bag, when he's rummaging in the bag, there's a gun in the bag. So immediately Tristan... Oh, wrong way. Oh, there you go. Now the pillow's the right way. And immediately Tristan's like, oh fuck, I need to get rid of this bag. Because clearly this bag was left by someone that you don't want to fuck with because they have a gun in the bag. And meanwhile, we're back at the party with Chloe, Max, and Rachel. I zoomed out a little too much. Wait, excuse me. And then while Rachel, I think, goes to get him some drinks. Oh no, she goes to the bathroom. She excuses herself to go to the bathroom. And then while Rachel is going to the bathroom, she they Chloe and Max take this opportunity to kind of resolve their little fight that they're having. And then right when they make some common ground, and right when Max is about to tell to come clean to Chloe and tell this version of Chloe about her powers, that's when Rachel, well, we come to find out it's Rachel screaming, and Rachel is screaming to call a ambulance. And clearly her friend here that invited them to this party most likely took way too many hits of whatever drug they were having at this party, or was given something that clearly she wasn't expecting. But either way, she's having it's giving her a seizure, because if you can't really see it, but she's kind of on the floor, she's foaming at the mouth and stuff. So whatever drug she took, it seems to be giving her a seizure. So Max ends up saying, I'm going to run outside and call an ambulance. So she goes to call an ambulance. The ambulance is coming, it's on its way, and then Chloe, Max sees the note that she gave Tristan that gave the directions to where the party is on the floor, because she steps on it when she's getting off the phone with 911. So she's like, oh shit, Tristan was here. And right when we find that out, we see immediately I'm gonna say it now because it's kind of obvious at this point that these were drug dealers that left the bag on the ground that Tristan picked up. And clearly the food was meant to cover up the gun and things like that. So these dealers are seeing Tristan here, and obviously have the gun pointed at him, and they're about to shoot him for stealing their stuff, and the gun goes off, and Max reaches out her hand, so you could kind of guess where that's gonna go. And obviously use her powers. About to actually use her powers for the first time and rewind. So she does that, and just like in the original game, when she rewinds her powers, she's still in the exact spot that she rewound. So now she is not here in this conversation that she was involved with Chloe and Rachel here, because Max would have been here, but she's not here now because of rewinding. So they're kind of retreading the same dialogue that they had, except Max isn't a part of it. And then well, they're about to have a more intimate moment because Max isn't there. So, in the meantime, Rachel still has to excuses herself to go to the bathroom, and she's trying to find out where Max is. Chloe's trying to figure out where Max is. The paramedics are already here because they said they got a call from somebody. And then somebody ends up, Rachel ends up yelling to call an ambulance again. So we can see here that there was some drugs or something in the drink that her friend was drinking, and that's what led to her pretty much like ODing on whatever drug was in there. But they're able to catch it immediately because the paramedics are already here. And then the fun little relation with this is that she says it here that she's more shook, like she's concerned about her friend, but she's also freaked out at the fact that could have easily been Rachel herself ODing or overdosing on some drug, which is also a reference to the fact that is how Rachel ends up dying when you find out how she died in the original game, is because of Nathan overdosing her on the drugs that Jefferson uses on his victims. So Rachel kind of being on the other end of seeing someone overdosing on a drug is a creepy well, creepy for her, but a reference to that little plot point. And they're still trying to wonder where the fuck is Max. And then we finally cut to Max still outside. And pretty much that, you know, she's the one that called the ambulance. Since she already knew what was about to happen, so she was able to call them ahead of time and get them there a lot sooner. And now she knows where Tristan is, so she's going to meet up with him real quick. She meets up with him, so they're already ahead of the drug dealers coming back. Tristan pretty much telling her that I'm going to go put this bag back. Just watch out for me. Just watch out for me while I put this bag back before these guys come back for it, right? And while he's doing that, Max is the one that gets seen by the dealers here, but they don't have their guns out. But they're gonna kidnap Max because, you know, she already knows, she's seen their faces, she knows who they are, so now they're gonna take her back to their hideout pretty much, and then figure out what they're going to do with her. So Max leaves. Tristan has been hiding this whole time. And then Tristan kind of beating himself up because history's kind of repeating itself for him, because he's like, yet again you hid and you didn't do anything when somebody needed your help. So she's, you know, going, Rachel's friends going into the ambulance and whatnot. We get a nice little PSA of hey, don't do drugs there. Rachel's getting pissed off at everyone because it's like, y'all just taking pictures with your phone, taking videos. None of y'all even bothered to fucking help the girl and shit like that. So Rachel's really mad. So she storms off and leaves. Chloe just goes right after her. So now they're still like, okay, where's Max now? Because we're still trying to figure out where Max is. Now Tristan comes up. And now Tristan is pretty much ran to them because he's tired, because he's running. And pretty much he's telling them, like, Max is in trouble. I need your help with her. And it's also a pretty badass moment that immediately when Tristan tells Chloe and Rachel this, Chloe's immediate response is, tell me where she is immediately. So she's not even questioning Tristan at all. All she heard is Max is in trouble. So she's immediately like, just tell me where. And then now we cut to the hideout. The guy's obviously on the phone with their boss, telling them what they should do with Max. So Max is hoping that, you know, Tristan is going to, you know, do something. Max is contemplating using her powers to get out of this situation. So yeah, they're still discussing what they're going to do with Max. One of them just wants to put a bullet in her head and get rid of her. So they're having like a kind of a back and forth on that. She tries to pull out her phone. They notice, smack the phone at her hand, and knock her down to the floor. So she's on the floor. Also, a nice little Easter egg with her outfit she's wearing. She's also wearing a doe necklace. So it has like a little dough on it. And it's in the same shape as I believe, as the dough on Max's pink t-shirt that she wears in the first episode of the original game. So that's a nice little reference there. Also, I believe Max wears a dough necklace during Chloe's funeral scene at the cemetery during the Sacrifice Chloe ending, I believe. So it's also similar to that too. So a nice little, yet again, a nice visual reference there. So Max is contemplating what to do, and then immediately you notice her phone is missing. Her phone was on the floor, and then now it's gone. And then these two are arguing on what to do. And then as they're arguing, you notice that the pipe that was leaning over here, and now that pipe is gone. And then pretty much this guy is just going to say fuck it and shoot her. But meanwhile, Tristan poofs in and smacks the guy's hand that's holding the gun, smacks it with the pipe, and smacks the guy again with the pipe to knock him over. The other guy is about to whip out his gun, and then Chloe over here is on her phone calling the police. And meanwhile, Rachel is here live streaming the whole thing. So pretty much fully exposing these drug dealers here. These dealers or whatnot. To a massive audience. Like if Rachel is live and she has 1.2 million people watching her, that's crazy. Like she's doing some pretty insane numbers to be getting those types of numbers for her. So kudos to her. So meanwhile, these two, well, you hear the sirens outside. The two dealers are trying to run to get the hell out of here. One of the guys is like, "What about the drugs?" And the other guy's like, "Fuck the drugs. We need to get out of here." So Tristan gives Max her phone back. And pretty much, Max is over here like thank you for like helping me and stuff like that. Tristan's pretty much like, hey, you helped me too, so fuck it. And the police finally arrive. Tristan poofs away because he's like, I don't fuck with the police, so that's my cue to get the fuck out. And then meanwhile, Chloe and Rachel are both like, bro, Tristan is just as weird as you, is weirder than you are. I do like how Max's immediate response is like, you may be surprised at that. So the police are here. And then meanwhile, we cut to the high seas, back at the cafe, and they're rehearsing their stuff. Chloe giving Tammy an update on her sculpture, that it's almost done. So they're getting ready to rehearse and everything. A little update on catching the drug dealers and the live stream being used to help the thing. Rachel kind of not believing like everything that happened with that, with the fact of Tristan poofing in and out existence pretty much. Uh, so they see physically, so they blatantly see him having powers. So you know what they say, seeing is believing. And then Max pretty much telling Rachel that when we get home, I have a lot to tell you and Chloe about. So now Max is gonna finally open up to Chloe and Rachel about everything. So pretty much she's going to recap the original game to Chloe and Rachel. Well, this version of Chloe and Rachel. And then meanwhile, the High Seas start performing their song. And immediately, Chloe immediately says "deja vu" because if you could have read, if you've read, and if you were able to read as I've been skipping around, the song that the High Seas are singing is the same song from the original timeline and the same song that this version of Chloe was singing back in the back at the garage when Max visited her during Chloe's break. Um, and yet again, the book ends with this action will have consequences. A very nice in-universe play on the to be continued trope. So very fun with that, and that's pretty much how book two ends. So really fun, and yet again more like design work and stuff for from Claudia here with some sketches of like character designs and stuff. Um, so that was pretty much that. Where's that was two. And then we'll jump into, well, set up three. So there's book, okay, so we got book three. Okay, but first, before we get to book three, we need to place book two. So here's book two. Oh, excuse me. So here's book two, and I will give book two that's not the final placement. I was just moving the thing up so I can fully see the list here. So we're gonna put book two in okay, this is hard. Oh, this is hard. I'm gonna put book two. I'm gonna put it with. I'm gonna put it above book one. Uh, Mainly because book two sets up a lot of things for the rest of the for the rest of the comic run, because unlike book one, where, as I said, book one was initially only supposed to be, this entire thing was only supposed to be a four issue miniseries. But because the first issue sold way more, made way more money than Square Enix thought the comics were gonna do, they immediately told Emma and crew that we're gonna we want you to switch gears and make this a continuing adventure and not just a mini series. We want this to be an ongoing series for the foreseeable future. So we just want you to keep going, and we'll let you know whenever we decide to end it. So for right now, just keep going. Just keep going for as long as as long as you can, and as long as we want you to. Pretty much, that's pretty much as how that goes. So because of that, Emma was clearly able to write, to start writing a story that's ongoing and is a lot more longer, with more like setting up of things, and setting up things in like small little ways and building a foundation for a bigger story, and also introducing more characters with powers, because this is the because also Tristan and Max meeting each other is the first time in Life is Strange as a whole that two people with powers meet each other and are interacting with each other. Which is obviously something that Double Exposure massively took with Safi and Max in that game. So clearly a big similarity there. And obviously it's completely different characters, and and what happens with Max and Tristan in the comics is miles difference between Safi and Max. So it's gonna be interesting to see where that goes. So in the event, so with that, we are going to, and that's why I put it above the first one, because now we have a very bigger picture and a bigger foundation to a much bigger story. Like book two feels uh, more like the beginning of a big story. Like book two feels more like the first episode of one of the Life is Strange games. Like you could see the beginnings of a bigger story and the introduction of uh, of a big supporting cast of characters that are going to play big roles to come. So you could see the foundations of that happening. Um, so that's why I put it over that. Um, and obviously, still below Before the Storm because as I said, the dynamic and the relationship with Chloe and Rachel in this in the comics here is heavily built on the foundation of Before the Storm. So it's one of those things that the comics are heavily building off of what happened in this game, but they still uh, haven't reached the moment yet where they go beyond the first the beyond Before the Storm. So as far as Chloe and Rachel's relationship go, all right, so we're gonna immediately just jump into book 3. So we get a little recap of what happened, and then this moment is extremely funny because we begin with Max, Tristan, Rachel, and Chloe here, and Max is clearly like we left off at the end of the second book, that Max said it's finally time for me to tell you, Rachel and Chloe, what's going on. And obviously Tristan is here for support and confirmation because Max already told him this already. So it's funny that it begins with literally several panels, because if you notice these little jumps when I go, that the panel kind of moves side to side very subtly. Those are different panels. So the panels are showcasing that everyone is just Chloe and Rachel are just stunned silently, where they can't even say anything about what Max just told them. And then Chloe breaks the ice and immediately just says, "Well, shit," and that's one way of expressing what Max just told you. Um, so yeah, and now they're like, and Chloe pretty much saying, "When you told us that you had something to tell us, we were not expecting any of what you just said." And then Rachel following up with the most obvious thing, which is her addressing the fact that, "So I'm dead where you came from." And obviously Chloe like face palming like, yeah, let's start with that. And Rachel pretty much being like, "So you and Chloe found my body and all that." Chloe pretty much saying, saying her thing about like, "And Nathan shot me," and like, yeah, so, and obviously being like, "Yeah, this is a lot to take in. This is why I haven't said anything for the past 2 years about this to you, because I knew this was going to be a lot for you guys to take in. Especially depending on what you do in the game, both of you could wind up like dead." And technically, Chloe does wind up dead throughout the game several times, but Max keeps, keeps bringing her back by going back in time and fixing things. And Chloe pretty much in denial and uh, being like, you have to be making everything up. And then Chloe immediately being like, that's what I would like to believe, but we saw Tristan appear and disappear in front of our eyes, so we know that there is some supernatural shit that happens. Uh, uh, and pretty much, Chloe pretty much telling Max that this explains why I always had this feeling that you weren't like entirely the Max that I remembered, that I knew, and stuff. Uh, yeah, pretty much Chloe coming to the realization of all that stuff. Uh, uh, if Max is Chloe having like a small existential crisis here, being like, was our entire lives that we spent together over the past 2 years, was all that a lie? Uh, Pretty much Max explaining that no, it wasn't. Like uh, it meant something and things like that. Uh, and and Max being motivated now that pretty much meeting another supernatural person motivates Max now to finally, instead of being depressed and moping around about leaving original Chloe behind, that she now wants to actively see if there's a way to actually go back. Because now she's going to actively try. Um, and obviously admitting that she doesn't even know how. She doesn't even know if it's even possible. But she's going to try. And also kind of confessing her love to Chloe at this point. Because she's actively pretty much putting everything out there, pretty much being like, in the reality that I come from, you and me are together. We're in a relationship. And I want to get back to my Chloe, the Chloe that I love and want to uh, spend like my life with, pretty much. Uh, um, um, and also and it's a nice admission here from Chloe, pretty much being like, I always, over these past 2 years, I always found it odd that you showed up and that you were, well, showed up out of the blue, and that you were different, like so different from what I remember, and acted kind of weird, and that Chloe just didn't want to address it because like she says here, she was just happy that Max was back in her life in some way anyway. So she just looked past it and didn't even press the matter at all. Um, and pretty much a nice motivation here, pretty much being like, I'm not alone. Obviously, well, that because Chloe here has Rachel, so she's not alone. But she's like, well, the other me, like OG Chloe, might be alone and probably has been alone for these past 2 years, and that she needs her Max back with her. So it's kind of nice that Chloe is motivated to get Max back to her Chloe. So Chloe is trying to help Chloe in a roundabout way. So Chloe is trying to help herself. So that's in a fun little timey wimey kind of way. But yeah, the nice little embrace. The phone's ringing, and I like how they all look at Tristan, and it's like, bruh, don't look at me. I'm homeless. I don't have a fucking phone. uh, and it turns out to be Rachel's phone. So Rachel goes to pick that up. Uh, and now Chloe is also motivated to figure out what to do. If there's even a way to go for Max to go back anyway. And Tristan is pretty much like, "Hey, we're still trying to figure things out too. It's not like we fully understand all this shit anyway." um, Pretty much explaining the whole like parallel realities, parallel timelines, things are happening at the exact same time in different realities and things like that. Which is also confirming stuff that we already know because in the first book, uh, Max and uh, Max and original Chloe figured that out already with the watch demonstrations, where anytime flickers and stuff happened, time wasn't getting manipulated. Like time was still flowing naturally. It's just the timeline and realities is what was changing. So pretty much Tristan, explaining to Chloe that this is what we figured out so far. Like obviously what Max already knows, and then what Tristan has put together with the information that Max has told him. What does we say here? Uh, so now they're pretty much like, since everything's out in the open now, Tristan, Chloe, and Max are trying to swap information, swap theories, maybe figure some shit out. Uh, Pretty much also a confirmation that Tristan has made friends with Max, Chloe, and Rachel enough that they let Tristan sleep on the couch, like as a sleepover type of thing, and and he uh, says he appreciates the offer to keep doing that, but obviously he doesn't want to burden inconvenience the three of them any more than he already has, and he blatantly says that he was able to get a hostel, that he was able to get a hostel booking. So and also this is a very nice sentiment that that Tristan gives tells Max and Chloe that because he can't change anything, that he that any mistakes that he already made. So he tells them that he envies Chloe and Max that they're able, that not everyone gets another chance to redo, to have another chance to rebuild a well, in this case, rebuild a friendship, a relationship, and stuff like that. So that's a nice sentiment from him. Uh, Pretty much telling Rachel, thank you for trusting me. Because it's like, hey, not everyone would have trusted a random homeless guy. Homeless guy. uh, and I do love her, even Rachel's response here of like, hey, Max was in trouble. She needed help. That's all we needed. we. Uh, uh, and also the nice little sentiment from Tristan here to Rachel being like, hey, I'm not in the original reality that Max comes from either. And that doesn't make us any less significant, and doesn't devalue us anymore. So it's a nice comforting thing that Nathan, that Tristan gives Rachel here. Very nice. And nice that Rachel acknowledges it and thanks him for it. Uh, Also, uh, hold on, while Rachel like sits down and thinks things over, uh, you'll notice here on the little whiteboard that they have by the front door between the refrigerator here. On the whiteboard is a little spiral, which is pretty much also the same spiral design that's used in the original game with the icon that pops up when you use Max's rewind powers. So a nice little fun little reference there. And then now Max and Chloe are talking things over more. Uh, uh, Pretty much explaining Max's theory of, obviously, when the flickers happened, that she was being put in the body of whatever Max was in that timeline, pretty much. Uh, so she's pretty much giving some theories on what's happening. So they're trying to come up with ideas. Uh, also acts. I like how she acts as like, "Are we gonna get a demonstration of your powers?" And Max is like, "You technically already did at the party." And this is when Chloe puts together like it was you that called the ambulance and why the paramedics already got there before anything happened and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that was me. So now it's like, okay, we got like they already got like an example of her powers and showing that hey, what I'm saying is not 100% bullshit. So proving constantly proving that what I'm saying is true, pretty much. Aside from all the other evidence, with even Tristan's example of powers being a thing. Um, and then Chloe getting a text from Rachel that Rachel went to the cafe to pretty much process everything that Max said, and also process what Tristan told her and stuff like that. So coming to terms with all that stuff. And I like how she also ends the text message with the "I love you" thing to Chloe. So it's like just keeping that going. Meanwhile, the high seas are still here, and they're still obviously they're still there because I believe Tammy is sticking around and waiting for her for Chloe to finish her metal sculpture for her. So there's that. And then what is this? Dex, right? This is Dex, right? Hold on, I need to confirm that this is who I think it is. Where's the characters sheet? Yes, that is Dex. Okay. I got the characters' names right. So Dex is pretty much also lending a nice ear to Rachel here, because she can obviously see that Rachel is troubled. So Dex is pretty much like, "Hey, let me talk to me. Like, hey, it'll probably help if you're have somebody to talk to about what's bothering you." So pretty much he gives some nice little words of encouragement and some joking around to kind of lighten her mood and things like that. Which, no, that's Paul. That's the owner of the cafe. Dwight is over here. I was just making sure. I was like, is that Dwight without his glasses? Because usually Dwight is noticeable because of his glasses. So I was just making sure he didn't take them off. But no, Dwight is over here talking to Tammy. So this is Paul. So Paul has a funny little interjection. And then Pixie kind of introduced too. So like everyone is trying to help Rachel lighten the mood a little bit. So that's pretty fun for her to lighten things up. Mm. And her pretty much being like, I don't know if I'm uh having her own existential crisis, like what, like being worried of like dwelling on what could have been. Like if she made different decisions, what could have happened and stuff like that. Which, you know, to be fair, is a you know a valid questions to have, especially in this situation. But it's also something you shouldn't really dwell on because it's like you can't change it. So it's like, what use is it gonna do of ranking of rest of stressing yourself out over what could have been instead of focusing on what's happening here and now and worrying more about what the future is, because for the most part that's something that you can control, because the future is stuff that has not happened yet. That's stuff uh, that you decide that you're able to shape in the here and the now. So the past is already the past. You can't do anything about that. So and the fact that, you know, coming to realize that people have superpowers, could have superpowers and stuff like that. It's also one of those things where it's like, when you feel like you're the special one, and then now it's like you meet people that are really special, obviously because they have powers, so that makes them extra special. Um, and you know, uh, and pretty much them making jokes and things like that. Also, I believe this is the only this bubble here where he says that he had another life once and that he prefers this one, the one he's living right now. Um, I believe because they don't say this within the comics itself, like they don't really state it, but I think Emma has. I believe Emma confirmed it in interviews and stuff and convention appearances and stuff that she's done over the years, that Dex is is technically the first trans character in Life is Strange. Uh, because technically, as far as the video games go, Izzy is technically the first. Because Izzy was Steph's girlfriend that she had before coming to Haven and stuff like that. Because we learned that through some flashbacks and stuff that you could find in collectibles and stuff in True Colors. So technically, Izzy, as far as the video games go, Izzy is the first trans character in the video games of Life is Strange. But True Colors didn't come out till 2021, and this is chapter. This is chapter 4, so this would have been issue. Oh no, this isn't chapter 4. This is chapter 1 of book 3. So this would have been, here we go, October of 2019. So, and True Colors didn't come out till 2021. So, so the comics technically had the first trans character. So you would have Dex as the first trans character, and then the video games would have Izzy in some cameo in a small little cameo in True Colors, and then obviously Wavelength. She would have some written cameos in Texas on Steph's cell phone and stuff that you could find. But and then Double Exposure would take that a step further and have Gwen as a more significant trans character that you repeatedly interact with during the course of that whole game. So yeah, pretty much Dex walked here, so by the end Gwen can run, so to speak. Um, so hey, we all have to start somewhere, and it started with Dex here. So in a very understated role, because as I said, they don't blatantly within the comics state that he's a trans man, like, at all. It's something that you have to read into through some of the dialogue they said, and then obviously if you look into Emma's interviews and stuff when she talks about the comics, it's something that gets brought up, and then she blatantly like states like yeah, that was the intent but we also felt that we didn't need to uh um press it so hard, so we could like understate it pretty much. um so Rachel she pretty much lightens up there. uh uh and then Rachel here comes to find out from Tammy that the High Seas are going to be performing at a festival, which it says here is called Art of the Sea. And ironically, it is the same festival that Rachel is going to be doing, and is one of the stops that Rachel is going to be performing at for the Shakespeare tour that she's going to be in. So the High Seas are going to be able to meet up with Chloe and Rachel again and all that stuff. So that's cool. Um, and then meanwhile, Chloe's like sculpture and stuff, you kind of saw it in the background, but Max blatantly points it out, um, saying oh, that's Chloe's sculpture, which Max was told about, but she hasn't seen, and this is the first time she's seeing it, and she immediately knows it's the storm, like what it's like referencing. And then meanwhile, Tristan is over here chilling on the beach and is trying to use his powers to try to see if he could uh that he's trying to phase himself into the nexus that that Max was in. So he's trying to do that. And which is why he's saying like step in between, like he's like step in between, like come on, like get in between, like in between realities and stuff, which he can't do because it's not happening. He's not having any luck, and he's trying very hard to focus and do it. And then now we get to chapter 2, and in this one I kind of buried the lead in my last statement, but they're about to blatantly say it here. And Chloe has a surprise for Rachel in the garage. And it turns out Chloe got this van. This little it's pretty much like a old school RV van. So they can like eat, sleep, and stuff in it and whatnot. And pretty much Chloe is fixing it up, and Chloe's plan pretty much is pretty much that Chloe is gonna go with Rachel on her tour, and is pretty much gonna use this van as their kind of like their personal tour bus, pretty much. And that's pretty much Chloe's plan, is like, I'm not gonna stay here while you're gone for 6 months. I'm pretty much gonna be like your kind of like your chauffeur, pretty much, and I'm going to take you to every one of your stops on the tour. And that's pretty much what she's gonna do. And pretty much she put some money to the side to pretty much cover the expenses and stuff like that. And they're also saving money because Rachel now doesn't have to worry about like hotels and anything like that of where she's gonna stay. It's like, hey, we have the van, so we have a place to sleep and stuff that we don't have to pay for. And Chloe pretty much got this from her boss. So pretty much she got it like as a favor from her boss and stuff. And it's funny that Chloe gave the van the name Gladys. So she even named the fucking van. It was one of those things where she made a deal with her boss of like, if I could fix up the van and get it working, then I can have it. So she pretty much like challenged her boss on the for the van, and pretty much obviously Chloe won because her boss didn't think that she'd be able to do it, but she did. So it's like, hey, a deal's a deal. You could have the van. That's pretty much how that works. And she's also secretly saying that, like, hey, I've been working on this in secret, ever since you told me about the tour. So I've been secretly, this is how I got over my depression about you being gone for 6 months, is I secretly made this plan to pretty much go with you. And this is how I worked it out. So Chloe being sneaky here. Also, uh, a funny little Easter egg here is the symbol on Chloe's shirt that she's wearing here is the symbol for the video game Remember Me, which is the video game that Life is Strange creators of the original Life is Strange Don't Nod. Remember Me was the first game that they made before Life is Strange. And if you ever played Remember Me, um, one, it's not a choose your own adventure like choice based game. It's more of like an action adventure game, but it does have like time travel elements in it, and that is the concept from Remember Me that Don't Nod would use to carry over in making Life is Strange. Is they used that time travel concept that they used in Remember Me, and they were like, let's make a game that's entirely based around that mechanic. And that's pretty much was the genesis of what led to Life is Strange being a thing in the first place. So it's a nice little callback to the video game that pretty much inspired Life is Strange's creation in the first place. So that's a fun little reference there. And then pretty much Chloe being worried too that Chloe's like, I want Max to be with us on this tour, but we don't even know that by the time the tour starts and it's time for the tour that Max is even gonna be here. Like, for all we know, she'll be able to go back to her own reality and stuff, and she won't even be with us. So that's that. And then now Max is on the beach, and Tristan joins her, and Tristan has been able to get a cell phone, so now he has a cell phone at the very least, so that way he can stay in contact with Max and everybody else. So that's nice. And now they're pretty much gonna like try to practice and like explain how they're gonna try even to get to the different timelines type of thing. Uh, and now he's pretty much telling Max, like, if you told me you can go inside like photos and stuff. So he pretty much gives her a newspaper article photo of I think this is of the drugging incident that happened. Uh, and Max is pretty much like rejecting the offer to even do that. because she's like, I don't want to lose the relationships that I made here with Chloe and Rachel here. Like, I don't want to lose all that stuff. Which technically she won't lose it, but Chloe, Rachel, and Tristan would pretty much completely forget Max was even there to begin with. And obviously Max doesn't want that, so she's like, I'm not even going to try to do the photo thing this time. And then, and pretty much, Max pretty much being like, hey, we're going to figure out a different way, pretty much to get me to where I need to go. And meanwhile, Rachel is getting her award for capturing the dealers and stuff in the last book. And stuff, so that's nice. And then now we have the little after party. And pretty much, Rachel pretty much like, I wish you would have let me mention you in my acceptance speech. And Tristan's like, hey, I'm happy being a ghost. I've been like a ghost this long. I want to keep it that way. Plus, as he says, it's like, how are you going to explain to everyone the fact that I go invisible and that your friend here has time travel powers? Where's the... Oh, okay. And then here, Max has a little demonstration uh, of her powers. Because here we go in this panel, Chloe has her beanie on, and in the next panel, Max has the beanie on her head. Which Tristan didn't see, but he smartly deduces that because Chloe is like, "How the hell did you do that?" And Tristan just like, "Well, she got up, walked over to you, took the hat right off your head, put it on her head, sat back down, and then just rewound time." And then it just appears that the hat just teleported onto her head because you don't because she rewound time, so you don't remember anything that she did. So that's a funny little thing. Because he also confirms right here that it's like, yeah, I didn't see her do it, but it's just like the most logical explanation as to how. And Max pretty much like pretty much confirms it anyway, so it's like pretty much like, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. So there you go. Because Max doesn't argue his point at all anyway, so it's like, well, Max isn't arguing it, so that's pretty much how it happened. They see Tristan off, he leaves. He disappears right in front of them again as he's running off. And it's funny that Rachel is pretty much like, it doesn't get any less weird that he can do that. They get back home. Hey, Max is wearing the Dreamcatcher necklace again. Um, they get back to the house. Uh, and then Rachel is kind of still stuck a little bit on what original Rachel was like. Kind of asking what choices did that original Rachel make? Like she's still kind of stuck on a little bit on what could it's almost like what decisions that original Rachel made so that way I don't make those same mistakes type of thing is kind of what she's getting at. Uh, and pretty much Max echoes the same thing that Tristan pretty much told Rachel, where it doesn't matter what that version of Rachel was. What matters is the version of Rachel, the Rachel that you are right here, right now. That's what matters. So, pretty much Max saying the same shit. And pretty much Max bringing it back, relating it back to her situation, where it's like, it's the same thing of this Chloe is not the same Chloe from my timeline. They're both completely different. They're both different. They may be the same person, but they experienced at a point they have their experiences are completely different from each other. They both kind of started in the same spot, but there's a point within both of their lives where they go in completely opposite directions, and because of that they become two different people because of those completely different experiences that they've and lives that they've led. So it's nice that they kind of hash that out with Rachel Rachel and Max continuing to have some fun moments between each other. This isn't the big moment between Rachel and Max yet. There's one moment in particular that definitely hit and addressed a certain lingering question and a lingering thing that's hanging above the whole Chloe, Max, and Rachel dynamic. But I don't know if they address it in this book or they address it in the following book, maybe. I do like here that Chloe designs the High Seas logo. Like that's pretty sweet. So that's a funny little thing. And they put it on the High Seas van, which is cool. So they got their own thing there. I do like how Chloe and Dwight are having a nice little conversation moment, so that's cool. Uh, kind of skipped ahead a little bit. Kind of spoiled a little bit there. But, yeah, so Tristan's back here at the same spot of the beach that they've been in throughout this book. And now he's trying to focus and pass through again, trying to see if he could get to the other timeline again. And this time, he's not going anywhere, but he looks over to the side and then he sees Chloe sitting on the beach over here. And Tristan is like, what the fuck? And it almost seems like Chloe here sees Tristan because she looks over in his direction. She's looking over in his direction, but she's not looking directly at him, though. Because if she was, then she'd be looking down in his direction, but she's looking towards his way, but she's clearly looking, like, above him. Because she doesn't know exactly where he is. And meanwhile, we have, like, a shocked look on Tristan's face, like, what the fuck am I watching? What am I looking at? And then we get to, what was it, chapter 3. And Max is here laying down on the grass. And then we have Chloe here. And they're sharing a little moment here. Obviously, this is original Chloe. And then you notice things are kind of weird here because now the trees disappear and are replaced with a building. So clearly we're not in reality of any form. And now everything becomes white. And then clearly, like, Max was dreaming because she's embracing her pillow here. Hey, Max, they have body pillows for that, just so you know, Max. But yeah, she's woken up by Chloe knocking on the door. And then they have a little joke there. And it's like, okay, you need to get dressed. And they're going. She's getting a message from. Well, I'll address that now. She's getting a message from Tristan, which you can pretty much figure out because it's like we just saw Tristan seeing a version of Chloe on the beach. So obviously he's gonna want to try to get a hold of Max, like, as soon as possible. And then meanwhile, Rachel here is at rehearsals for the play. And then here we meet, and then we see that they're playing, that the specific Shakespeare play that they're doing is Hamlet. So, if anyone's familiar with Hamlet, we can see how that's gonna go. And then Rachel's obviously getting annoyed. And then we have one of her co-stars here being trying to see if Chloe is available which is kind of funny that he's asking Rachel to hook him up, pretty much. And then her pretty much shutting him down and being, well, this guy's name is Zach, and shutting him down and being like, well, she's my girlfriend, so I would know if she's available. uh, and then this guy just distracts Zach with something else. These two are, we'll find out, are a little bit more, become more important to the story later, but this is their introduction. So Zach here, and I think I'm. Oh, there you go. There's his name. I was about to say, do I have to get up and get the comic book to see? And it's like, no, his name is Lawrence. So Lawrence here takes Zach away and distracts him with something else to diffuse this uncomfortable situation that he put Rachel in. So Lawrence being a bro about this. And meanwhile, Chloe getting some texts from from Rachel, and we also get mentioned here that the deal that fixing up Gladys. So pretty much like Chloe is gonna use Gladys for the tour, and then when they get back from the tour, her boss is gonna be able to flip Gladys and make some money off of it. So that's pretty much how that works. And as a cool little favor too, uh, her boss here is even like, and when I sell Gladys, when Gladys gets sold, I'm gonna give you a cut of whatever I make off of it. So, which is only fair because Chloe's the one that actually, uh, that pretty much fixed up Gladys herself anyway. So it's like it's only fair that she gets something for it. Meanwhile, Pixie comes to visit Chloe here at her job. Uh, Pretty much telling Chloe that the high seas are packed up and they're ready to they're getting ready to go out to leave, and giving Chloe a paper that shows where all their gigs and stuff are gonna be. So that way, Chloe and Rachel are able to follow them as they go. So they're able to meet up at the different spots and stuff during the tour. So that's nice. Um, and Chloe kind of being a little vague because Pixie is kind of like, clearly there's something upsetting you, and Chloe kind of playing coy and being a little vague about it. Uh, and meanwhile, Max is here with Tristan, and you see Max and Tristan holding hands, cause just like with Max, with Chloe in the first book, where Max was seeing things and the only way Chloe was able to also see them in the beginning was to like have some physical contact with Max. In in that case and in this case is hand holding, and it's the same thing here. Tristan can see this version of Chloe here on the beach, um, but Max can't see her, but only if Tristan is touching her. So on the flip side, Max has to be touching Tristan for Max to be able to see what he's seeing. So there's that. Um, Also, if you notice, this version of Chloe is wearing a High Seas t-shirt, which is a plot point to know for in a few for when this book starts wrapping up. So yet again, a subtle little visual plot point that's gonna pay off later. Um, but yes, pretty much Tristan saying that Chloe has been that he's been seeing her on this beach for the past couple of days. So she's been coming to the same spot for a while, and Tristan has been seeing her here for like a minute. I'm guessing as a way for him to confirm that he's not seeing things. And the fact that this keeps happening, he's like, oh no, this is real. And then this is why he's bringing it up to Max. Because he knows for a fact that this is happening. And also to confirm, this is original Chloe. This is the same Chloe from where Max jumped from the timeline, from the original timeline. This is the same Chloe. So obviously she looks more different because we have to make both versions of Chloe look different, so that way the reader is not confused on which Chloe is supposed to be which. So that's which is why this Chloe has like longer hair, because you could see that this Chloe has the back of her hair in like a ponytail. So and the fact that this Chloe kind of has a feeling that somebody is watching her, because she keeps looking in the direction of where Tristan is. So, and Chloe is obviously Max is like calling out to her, trying to get her to hear her. Clearly, Chloe can't hear her. And meanwhile, in the background here, you can see Tristan is getting a massive headache. And then Rachel is coming to see Chloe. Pixie is leaving. So Pixie is leaving for the rest of her band. Chloe's making a joke here with some Shakespeare quotes, even though it's the wrong play that she's referencing, which is funny. All right, so what was it? Because Pixie leaves this scene, right? Oh no, she's still here when this happens. I thought she leaves before this starts to happen. Because now this Chloe starts experiencing massive headaches. Um, Obviously, Pixie wants to fucking call a doctor, call an ambulance or something. Chloe obviously, while she's in pain, is telling Rachel like she not to do that. So pretty much, Rachel just gives Pixie a little excuse to get her to leave. So Pixie leaves. Uh, Rachel is like, Chloe, what's happening? Obviously, Chloe has a feeling that has to do with Max. If you notice, Chloe is having a nosebleed here. Um, which original Chloe was having in the first book when she was having her when she was connected with Max, experiencing the flickers and stuff with Max and everything. That was where original Chloe was getting like the big headaches and feeling the pain and getting the nosebleeds and stuff. So this Chloe is feeling the same thing. Meanwhile, Max is over here trying to call to this original Chloe. I'd say like phantom apparition or something. Um, but obviously, this Chloe can kind of sense that she's there, but can't see or hear her because she keeps looking in that direction like she kind of knows something's there. But yeah, so she doesn't notice and just walks away. Uh, she turns over to see Tristan, and Tristan's telling her to keep going, keep trying to reach for her. But Tristan, if you look at Tristan, he got a bunch of blood coming out of his nose. It's leaking and dripping down his chin. And he's obviously in some serious pain. But he wants Max to keep going. And Max sees him like that. And even though he's encouraging Max to keep trying to reach out, keep trying to have it work, Max decides to stop because she can see that it's massively hurting Tristan. Which obviously, after Max finally lets go and is like, we need to stop, Tristan passes out on the beach here. So it's like, bro, you were probably gonna die if she kept going. Um, and meanwhile, Chloe's headaches and stuff and her nosebleed also like stops. So there's that. Um, so Tristan wakes up, dusts off his nosebleed. Max is a little bit more determined now because she's like, I know, I've seen a glimpse of the other side now. So I know that there now might be a possibility that I'm able to get to the other side, to get back. And we have kind of another frame story like in the first book where Max was having like the inner monologue when she's sitting down uh, when she's sitting down from when Chloe's truck and everything when they're at Arcadia Bay and stuff. So we have a similar thing here where this chapter opens with all four of them here getting ready to execute Tristan and Max's plan to try to get her to the other side. So, and then now we go back in time to the events leading up to the beginning of this chapter. So, so this is after Tristan is recovering from the beach incident. Um, Pretty much going over what we know about and we do know now that there is a connection between the Chloes and stuff, and also that Tristan is kind of a link, a sort of link to the timelines because of the fact that Tristan was experiencing the pain and everything of what was happening, and also Chloe in this timeline was also started experiencing the headaches and the pain and the nosebleeds also. So now we know that there's a link going on between Tristan and the two Chloes. And Tristan seems like he's like a link between them. So now they know that there's the possibility that they're able to go that there might be a way that Tristan will be able to help Max get to the other get back to the other timeline. And Tristan might actually be able to go with her to do that. And then meanwhile, we're talking to Rachel and Max are talking, and they're Max is telling Rachel that she's kind of torn about leaving because she also really wants to be on the road trip with Chloe and Rachel also for the High Seas tour and for Rachel's play tour also. So too bad Max can't be in two places at once. With all the powers and stuff that Max has, she still can't be in two places at once. But yeah, and then another nice little moment, a nice little moment between Rachel and Max. And this line here that Rachel says to plant like memories and stuff of her and her existence and stuff. Like she says here, to plant seeds of me, like rosemary for remembrance. This is going to come into play much later in the story, specifically, I believe book towards the middle of book 6. So, and technically towards the end of book 6. So, so this is a more significant statement that's going to loop back around towards the end. of all of this. Also, I will say now that when I first was reading through this, reading through reading through the the comic books for the first time, uh, even with Rachel and Max having the possibilities and stuff with Rachel and Max interacting, I was extremely pleasantly surprised that that Emma Emma wrote in and Claudia was able uh, to draw out uh, these a lot of interactions, solo interactions between uh, Max and Rachel together. Like they actually have a lot of pretty insightful and meaningful interactions between the two of them. So I wasn't expecting so much scenes of them together with just the two of them. So very pleasant, massively pleasant surprise when I initially was reading these books for the first time. Pleasantly surprised of how many scenes of these two together that we got. Um, Especially these lines here with Max telling Rachel that you matter and you're much more than just a girl on a missing poster. And that at this point, you know, you're my friend. Like uh and that obviously that she's going to take those memories and stuff no matter where she goes and what timeline she's that Max is going to be in. So that's a nice little like uh like a little goodbye moment. Well, cuz Max is prepared for this to be that she may be going back to her timeline. So she's pretty much saying her goodbyes to Rachel and Chloe, pretty much. Well, this version of Chloe. So we still haven't caught up because we keep cutting back to them on the beach, and then the events that lead up to that moment. So now we get the Chloe and Max scene where they're giving their like goodbyes to each other, and it's funny that they make a little selfie. uh, and she gives Chloe the photo because it's like, here's a photo to remember me and the times that we all spent together. Because if this does work and I leave, here's something to remember me by. And I do like how she references Back to the Future. Because if you've seen the Back to the Future movies, how time travel worked in that movie, in those movies, is uh, when something is kind of erased from the timeline, uh, things vanish from, like, if pictures were taken of that thing, then that thing or person or whatnot gets erased from that photograph. So hence why Chloe here is like, well, if you do go into the other timeline, does that mean you're gonna disappear from this picture you just gave me? uh, I like how Max just matter of factly is like, I have no idea. Now that you mention it, I never really thought of that. So it's like, yeah, whatever. Um, I like how Chloe here is pretty much like, I know it's selfish, but I wish you were, that you would have been able to stay. So now we're firmly caught up now, right? Uh, yeah, we're caught up now. So so now we're caught up, and Max and Tristan obviously have to have physical contact for this to work, for this to even have any attempt to even work. So Tristan over here is concentrating. Max is also concentrating. Um, and Chloe has some residual feeling about what's happening. So she can kind of feel that also that something is happening. But she's not going to actively be able to interact really with what their Max and Tristan are about to experience. So now Max poofs into the uh, to the Nexus that she was in when she came to this timeline, when she was coming to this timeline. Except obviously it's massively different, because this was like white and shining, and now this is like dark and distorted. And the glimpses into the other timelines that she saw before, they're like cracked glass now. Like they're represented by cracked glass here. So she sees this and she's like, okay, clearly something's wrong. This is definitely not how things were when I came in. Um, so she she obviously says this shit is not what it's supposed to look like. Uh, Rachel could at the very least see that something's happening, so she's able to see that Max is kind of becoming transparent here. So Rachel could at the very least like also see everything that's happening, as far as this side goes. So something is happening. Um, Chloe is obviously skeptical and worried about what's happening, and meanwhile Rachel is like, "Hey, remember what Max said? Not to touch. That we shouldn't shouldn't try to touch them when they're doing this. Um, Obviously, it's nice that Rachel's here to try to calm down Chloe, because try to keep Chloe's emotions in check. Because one, we obviously if you played the Life is Strange, the original Life is Strange game, and obviously before the storm and all that stuff, we already know for a fact that Chloe is a very emotional person. Like Rachel mentioned in the book earlier, Chloe leaves her emotions on her sleeve. Like she is not afraid of expressing what she's feeling, pretty much. So it's nice that Rachel's here to try to calm her down and be like, we have to let things ride, because we don't know if what's happening is supposed to be happening, and we don't want to fuck it up if anything's working right now. And meanwhile, Tristan over here, he's obviously starting to strain here. And obviously, obviously, Chloe here mentions here, she even says it here. How are we supposed to know if things are going well and things are going bad? Like, how are we supposed to know? And meanwhile, Tristan here poofs away and he's completely disappeared. But meanwhile, Max is still transparent here, so they could still see her there. So clearly, up, and then now Max is gone. So temporarily, Max was still there and Tristan is gone, but now both of them are gone. So Max is here walking around the different timelines and glimpses of different points in those timelines too. You can see another cameo here from Nathan, and this is obviously Nathan's dad, Sean, and obviously Sean here just berating Nathan and just, fostering the instability and the issues that Nathan obviously has and would fuel to boil over later within the original game and stuff itself. So that's not great. And then this timeline coming at her, because it's like floating towards her. She obviously notices at the last minute that, like, wait, this thing is floating towards me. And then Tristan comes in with the save and tackles her out of the way, and then the thing just hits the ground and, like, shatters. And obviously, Tristan's over here like, Jesus, is this what you see? There's so many different possibilities. And Tristan also acts as like, is it supposed to look like this? I was like, this kind of isn't how you described it. So yeah, that's not great. So now they have like whatever force is here seems to be trying to do something to Tristan. And obviously it's like, well, fuck it, we gotta run, because we don't know if whatever's going on here, the thing might be like trying to erase us from existence. So we gotta keep moving. Obviously, uh, Rachel and Chloe are worried about how long this is taking. We don't even know uh, if whatever's happening is even supposed to happen. And then Tristan just poofs right back in. So Tristan poofs in. Uh, and Tristan notices Max isn't there, and he's like, "Oh shit!" And then Tristan poofs right back, presumably, obviously, to go see where Max is. So now they're back here. So now they're back in this Nexus. Um, and then you can see that Tristan is kind of having a hard time keeping together, keeping staying in this Nexus, like staying inside. So what it seems like that this Nexus is doing is it's trying to kick him out, like specifically kick him out, because Max is seems like she's kind of trapped in here, and Tristan is the only one that could pretty much like get her out for the most part. And it seems like the Nexus knows that, so it's like, I need to get this kid out of here. Oh, and then now they see the Chloe that was on the beach. So they're like, okay, this is the door, so we need to get through it. Um, so Tristan goes to leap forward, and he goes through, and Max goes through, but she goes completely through and comes out the other side, and it's like, wait a minute, and then it's like, well, that didn't work because she's not able to go in to go through. And then right before the Nexus can kind of close in on Max, a light appears around her, and what that light is this Chloe being able to reach in and pull Max back out. So now Max is back out. At least she's safe, at least. But Tristan is gone. And Max assumes that he was able to cross over, that he was able to go through, for whatever reason. Which if that is the case, probably the reason why she wasn't able to go through at that point is, if you notice in the scene, uh, Max and Tristan were not holding hands when he went through. So most likely that's probably why, is because since they weren't in physical contact at that point, Max wasn't able to make the jump. That's pretty much how I figured that out, because that's the easiest explanation. And then Max is pretty much explaining what she believes, why it didn't work, why she wasn't able to make the jump. Uh, because she says in the earlier dialogue box there that that it seems to work when when original Chloe is in the same uh when original Chloe and this Chloe are in the same place at the same time. So Max pretty much figures that original Chloe was in this location at the same time we were, which is why Tristan was able to see her on the beach over the course of a couple of days. But by the time we were able to execute our plan and come up with a plan and try it, original Chloe was already gone, like she left. So she wasn't in the same place. So it made the connection way more unstable, which is her theory why the nexus was so distorted and off. So and so now Max is putting together what I said earlier, that original Chloe was wearing a High Seas t-shirt. So Max is under the impression um, that original Chloe is on is on tour with the High Seas. So she's accompanying the High Seas on their tour, and they're going to the same spots that this version of the High Seas are going to, which which explains why this Chloe was in this same location, because the High Seas were in this same location, and since she's accompanying them, then that's why. So now Max comes up with the idea of like, okay, since we have figured out that original Chloe is with the High Seas and is accompanying them, then we can follow them. We can follow them across across their tour, and maybe try to figure out another opportunity uh, to jump for me to jump back to the original timeline and try to figure something out. So that's pretty much the plan that they come up with, that Max comes up with, and then now they get ready to pack up and start the tour. And meanwhile, we get a little narration here from original Chloe, and pretty much writing a letter to Max, which is pretty nice, I guess. Uh, and then so now they go on the road trip, and then now we're back in the original timeline. And now we see original Chloe writing down the letter that she's narrating right now. So she's bringing up so she's writing the letter, and then when she finishes writing the letter, she looks up and she notices something, and she says, "Hello," And that's the cliffhanger that we leave on for this third book. So, so that's a sweet, pretty sweet ending. Like, what did Chloe notice and stuff? And that's a nice cliffhanger to leave. So we have, so now we're also going to be following, based off the ending here, the original Chloe and Max in the other timeline with the other Chloe and Rachel and everything, and we're gonna have like some parallel stories happening at the same time. So it's gonna be interesting. It's a way more confusing, potentially confusing situation to find yourself in, as far as writing and drawing a situation like that is concerned. Uh, how will they navigate and execute that? I already know, but you'll be able to find out how well they do by this ranking here and how that works. Um, uh, so yeah, that's pretty much the end there. So uh, and that was a nice way to end uh issue, because that was issue 12. So that final issue of what ended up becoming collected into book 3 uh came out in January of 2020, and ironically, if anyone can remember, this is right around when COVID was starting to massively start affecting us in the U.S. here, and soon after and then soon lockdown and stuff would start happening, and all that would happen with all the social distancing and massive places being forced to stay closed for a while, for pretty much like what, a year? Fucking lockdown for like a year. Jesus, that was miserable times. Um but yeah. I mentioned that too because that would also come into play with uh with certain timelines of, as you can see here, with how some of the books, with some of the later issues on how those would get released. Specifically, once we got into 2021, uh, we would see you could see here that there would be some big issues here that would come as a consequence of COVID and all that stuff. So we'll go into that more when we get there. But yeah. So for the most part, what we will do is, where's book 3? Book 3, I believe, was this one, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, book 3 was the Rainbow of Butterflies here. So without sugarcoating it any immediately book 4, book 3, I mean, immediately is right here. Immediately. Because this is so good, and it's gonna get so good, and it's definitely gonna get better. So we'll see where we go, because now we're halfway through the original run of the comic books. So with that, we will leave it here, and we will pick up the second half of the comic books, the original comic run, next time. So until then, this is obviously book 3 is going to be an A tier. So far, the comic books have been getting better and better as they went on. So we have book 1 as the weakest. Well, as far as the comics are concerned. So book 1 was the weakest, but a great starting point. Book 2 got better. Book 3 got even more better. So will the trend continue? We will see. But until then, that's for the next video. So with that, JR here signing off, and I will catch you all in the next one.